And I'm going to start recording this a little early before it pops up on screen so I booted this game up twice already. Once to make sure that I could set it up for stream, and then a second time to make sure that it didn't crash. Now, the first time I started it up, it asked me for a couple of settings. It asked me if I had played the game before, if I had played the original, and it asked me what language I wanted, like subtitles and stuff. And then it asked me to enter the current time, which I did. Then the second time I booted it up, it said, please enter the current time, but it didn't ask me if I'd already played once before, and it didn't ask me what settings I wanted for subtitles and stuff. And then after I entered the time, it said, you know what? I don't remember the exact words, but it was like, you know what? Thank you for putting in the actual time. A lot of people just go with 12 a.m. and they don't even care. This shows that you actually care about the narrative that we're going to be telling you. We appreciate that. There's no way for us to even verify what time it is. We don't know. You could have put in the wrong time, but thanks for doing it. You know what? The next time you play, go ahead and put in whatever time you want. Your favorite time. Doesn't have to be the actual current time, just whatever you want. You've earned it. However, for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to put the real time because I am bad at things. And 11:35 feels like a pretty acceptable time. 11:35 p.m., your favorite time of day. Actually, a pretty good time because, you know, it's when stream starts. Stream starts at 11:30. And 11:35 is great because that's when people start showing up. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? It was both. After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 11:30 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 11:35 p.m.? Very. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip up a couple of new ones. New ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Chat? Should we do another one and boot the game up again? Or should we just go? I'm gonna ask chat. Chat, this is your decision. Should we restart the game and see what more sliders there are? I'm thinking about it. Alright, more slider. More slider. Okay. Quit the desktop. Gotta give it a second. And boom. More. I like that chat is participating in this. You guys are just as much an important part of this as I am. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. All right, we're gonna go with this. This was one of the previous ones as well. Hopefully it's not too bad. It's barely visible for me. Hopefully it's not too dark for you guys. Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Aww. No, they're not in love. They're just friends. They're just friends. They're not in love. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Twitch plays Hnetu playing Stanley. Yeah, kind of. Wait, that's a 9. That's a 9. Oh, that's also a 9. But see, it says the number 9, not the Roman numeral 9, and not the word 9. So this is specific. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. There. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Accuboinkle or scrumptious? Accuboinkle or scrumptious? Accuboinkle or scrumptious? Flipped. No, it's flubbut, not flubbut. Oh man, this one has a tush in it, but this one has a boink in it. This one's easier to pronounce and has a butt. Please don't adjust the slide. Okay, but only because you said please. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes! I do. I have a clock right in front of me. Is the time that is right now the correct time? Yes. What time is it anyways? It's definitely a time. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? You didn't ask many questions about me, so yes. Help. Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. Alright, listen. I'm gonna need somebody to give me a reminder that when we finish this, when we beat this game, to reopen it, okay? This is important to me. When we finish, and it says the game has been done... No. I don't want to do it yet. I want to do it afterwards. I want to finish the game and then come back. That's how I want to do this. Okay? That's how we're gonna do it. So let's start playing the game. Ever the end is never the end is never the end is loading. Can you hit the red phone button? That's too late. Click.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
If the volume's still loud,
Orders
let me
came to
know.
him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Did he work 7 days a week?
Although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
But yeah, let me know if the volume's too loud. Because it feels a little loud.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, but yeah, how's the audio? He hates Mondays. Partition Court, providing partitions for 56 years. So my guest loves this game, but he sides heavily with the narrator. I have a frustration with characters who do whatever the fuck they want while I'm trying to tell a story. I feel like there was a healthy medium between doing whatever the fuck you want and telling a story. Could drop it maybe 10%? Okay, begin the game again. Alright, I will drop the audio to 90. And we'll resume. But yeah, like I feel like there's a nice little in-between on when you can kind of bend the rules and when you go along with the story. He knows, yeah, I mean, I've written a 600,000 word story. And I have another one that I really want to get back to one day. But point being is that, like, it's like D&D. At a certain point, if you're railroading the characters too much, they're not going to have fun. But if they go completely off the rails, it'll really mess with you. Also, I feel very, like, oddly small. Like, Stanley is short and squat.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Who farted? Ah, shit. I didn't touch it. I wish I could, like, zoom in and see what these... Oh, fuck. See what these said. Alright, so where's the meeting room? Surname access. Wait a minute. What does this say? The current time is... Hold on, I gotta lean in and read this. Internal clock error, please reset. Man. Someone... Wait a minute.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I'm sorry, I gotta check stuff. Oh, somebody dropped their stuff. But yeah, like, doing like that, where you touch all the stuff, like, that's one
When
thing.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open
shit.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
Left... Hey, meteor.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Tomorrow, complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. Employees. Blah, blah. The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Targets. Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Something graphs. 1 sec. Standardized graphs 40x wide, not cost efficient. Get Chris out of the broom office. Synergize papers. Ongoing. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers to do synergize. Fire the paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper guy. The paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of whatever. TPS reports. Fucking TPS reports. The page contains no information. Puppy dog salary. Standard employee salary. Preliminary manager salary. Average employee pension plan. Man, everything's going into the shitter, huh? Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee, like... What are your dreams for the future? Talk radio. Mitosis. A boat. Plant life. Metamorphosis. Comatose. Spring break. Hope. Clear skin. Success. Lunch. Travel. Less air. Nature. Transcend. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. How to solve. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Yeah. Yeah. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic at the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique. You most of all. To do. Synergize core values, expenditures, number of slides. Slides, charts, charts, and slide. Shift global market, parad, monetize, free to play. Oof. Bi-quarterly post review. We need reviews. 402 plus 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule, but I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net, some sort of child trap. Size of demographic, teenagers, space between the teenagers, a lot of percent. Throw something in the ideas bin. No more bins. Trash cans. Renaming of the idea bin. Firing of me. The idea bin. Wait. Oh, wait. Business Club Rule 1. References are not all they're cracked up to be. Better safe than profits. What things do people want? Things? Happy feelings? Violet James, you are fired. Money. More money. Things. But with money to buy more things. Graphs. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. A fax. Apparently stuck to this whiteboard. That makes sense. Stock market is somewhere here. Colored in segment. Stripes. Requires more secondary research. Target demographic teenagers. A telephone directory. A lot of profits. Some of them spelled wrong. Or some of them spelled differently. Something graph. All right, I'm gonna move on. Oh.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here.
There's a wrench.
He turned around and got back on track.
No, give me the wrench. Also, this room isn't finished. Also, wait.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Wait. Can I shut myself in? Mm-hmm.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
I'm thinking.
He wasn't even doing anything.
I'm thinking.
At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Oh, you can say fuck all? We're on the internet. You're allowed to say bad words, and, for now.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around
The
doing
crackhead is...
Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
You keep talking to me.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out.
I know.
It didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
Then why did the door open?
I never would have thought to mention it.
If the broom closet was not of significance, it wouldn't have opened. The door would have been shut and locked just like every other door.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Arguing with you is its own reward.
When you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Chat, do you find this concerning?
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Okay, now you've hurt my
He
feelings.
probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how, coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
He didn't have to be rude about it. They have executive bathrooms? Wait, because the boss knows that what the boss says goes, if the bosses suffered losses, then that's what the bosses chose. Extreme bathrooms. And time. This isn't really a mirror, is it? Okay. Boss? Boss? See? The door wouldn't have opened if it didn't have something in it.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Sir?
Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
Am I being
What he
pranked?
could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
Oh, there's a camera.
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
It looks so big, though. Like, why is it so big? He said fucking PIN number. Oh, there's a briefcase.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Like, why is this decorated like... I don't know the code.
2845.
I don't know that Stanley doesn't know the code. I know the code, but Stanley doesn't know the code. Wait. Can Stanley hear you, or can only I hear you? Am I Stanley? I'm not Stanley. I'm Hnetu.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Okay, wait. Heh. Sir? Sir? It's very dark in here. I can't see. Sir? Manager? Manager? Why is there a freight elevator in here? Oh god. Loading, 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 loading.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Oh, am I sad? No, hold on. What is up with my... Okay, sorry. Oh, Jesus.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
What? That doesn't seem... Chat? 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 What do you think? Should we follow the narrative? Who is this voice? I'm not quite sure, but he keeps telling me to do things, and I keep being unsure if I should do them. How you doing today, boy? Chat, what should we do? Should we go through the... Should we escape? There's an escape option. But it's in pencil. Or maybe pen. Chat? Should we leave? Escape? Escape? Sorry, Spider, what did you miss? He told us to go through the... He said we walked through the mind control facility door, but there's an escape option. Boy says we should escape. Do we listen to the fox? Is that what the fox says? To escape? Should we escape? Boy knows. We listen to the boy. Boy?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Oh, hell yeah.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk
I will moonwalk.
and willingly confront his death.
Where the fight? I will moonwalk into hell. Alright, down we go. Ever the end is never the end is never the end is never the end. I lived.
As the machine whirred into
Wait.
motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise,
I've played this
he
game already.
reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
This is the part where he
Stanley
kills
can't
you.
see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye-bye. Squish.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Hell yeah. Alright, cool.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game,
Yeah.
back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
This is such a silly game.
When
yeah.
every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
So, all I could think of was the Portal 2 bit. It's like the part where he kills you. This is that part. The blueprint shows the office in the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the 2 doors that was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. The corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the 2 doors in a good time. The 2 doors. The set of the 2 doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration to the contradiction this room posed. Filing cabinets. I can't run. Nature paintings. Stanley's computer. Click. The office. I like how it's got the different carpet colors. Okay. Another desk. Button sounds. The selection of sounds used throughout the game when buttons is pressed. Each stroke is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized one. Can't run? Yeah. Office computers. So we've got this one, which is mid-installation of Chart Pro 2.01. Program files chartpro/ptp.dll. Someone is playing solitaire on a monitor that is definitely not the right size and looking like they're using Windows 3.1. And the employee database. The current time is internal clock error. Please reset. Loading employee database loaded. Please enter your command /print employee status printing. Total employee database 6 something. Wait, there's 2 employees in the office. 2. Please enter your command print list of employees in office. Employee 427 status offline employee blank status blank hash #. Please enter your command /disconnect. Password hidden. Credits. Based on the work of the Stanley Parable 2013 team. And a bunch of people whose names I'm not going to read each individual one of. The office. Maintenance room. Okay. I always like to go left first because I'm left-handed. Fun. Oh god, money! Look at that, there's money everywhere. The office. The lounge, an early version of the lounge. The apartment timer. In a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to get the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. The cargo lift. The second version is functionally the same as what's in the final game, but we want it to look more like a place where cargo is actually stored. The cargo lift. The cargo lift is always intended to offer the choice of staying on or jumping off to a different path. However, after this early version, we decided we also wanted the option of the player falling to their death. Meeting room. Maintenance layout. The flow of hallways following the first 2 doors was important to get right since players replayed them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. So obey takes you to staircase, disobey takes you to the lounge. One option, 1 door to maintenance in the lounge. 2 options, 2 doorways. What about a vent? 1 option, door to the maintenance. Okay. Zending levers. These levers were originally part of the Zending. The player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe the color they had pulled. Zending. Screenshot is an early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. That's just like Portal. The Zending model. The Zending went through many iterations. This represents the 4th version of the ending, and we thought it was complete, but decided to abandon and change it again shortly before launch. The game is now paused. Begin the game again. Resume the game options from the escape menu. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized that this was what they were supposed to do, which is frustrating for everyone. Does this take me back to the main entrance? No, this is trailers. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is repairing a new version of the Stanley Parable. Hello, Noel. How are you? I hope you were doing well. We're totally following a narrator's advice. Freedom ending. This is the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. Office clock. Okay, so this takes us back to the thing. Okay. Boss's office. Screens from the development of the boss's office. The lounge. Underground and village and underground portion of the game. I see. That looks like a dead end. Narration outtakes. Kevin Brighting, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These clips are from
the roof.
early takes were not used. Huh. Neat. Bun late to party? About a half an hour. You didn't miss much. You didn't miss much. Is that a button? Countdown desk. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down, with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned it when players found it was too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, and placed the 2 endings together instead. Burger. Nice. This is the freedom ending as it existed in beta. Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down, with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this and players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, placed the 2 endings together instead. The countdown room. An early version of the countdown room. Game design mock-up. In this level, this is the level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design the full game, though much of the environment has changed. The basic layout from this mock-up is still in the game. Borger. We love Borger here. Stanley's office. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office. The first was created in November 2011, the second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. Wait, what are the... There's just some real subtle differences between those. This is like a pristine one with an extra computer, and then this is just like a lived-in one that looks like someone's been working in. Okay, let's go back to the exit then. We love burger here. I have a burger. I could eat that for dinner later.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Do I hit the lever? I guess so.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you.
I mean, I could click end. I could quit right now. I could stop right now. I have the option. I love how it's just vibrating wildly in the background. But should I? Should I quit? Or should I face my demise? Chat, what do you think? Let them die. It's not the point of the video game to ride someone's narrative. Fine.
Don't let...
Well, squish. God damn it, I woke up again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Rip.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Awaiting input. Hey, input received. Nice. You got my input. Alright.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's go check out the lounge this time.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I want to go to the
Perhaps
lounge.
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes, that is what I want to do, actually. I want to go to the lounge. 4B9. This one doesn't have it. What a weird office. The lounge.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
It has a
Stanley
conversation
simply stood
pit.
here, drinking it all in.
Ah, the lounge. The lounge and the coffee machine. Coffee nut. Yeah, we won't.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Number 1 dad.
At
I
this
hate
point,
Mondays.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Yes.
It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Rude, but okay.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Okay, look, if you're gonna be mean to me, I'm gonna not do what you tell me to. See? What do they do here? Like, there's drafting
Stanley
tables
was so
and stuff?
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Like a drafting table and stuff? It's pretty cool. You keep closing doors on me so I can't go back. Alright. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
I forgive you.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
My flambe!
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
This is the other narrator?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Mm-hmm.
She's been waiting.
Mm-hmm. For her. Apparently. Wait. Shit.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her.
But if she's
you
calling
can truly
me...
place your faith in another, then pick up the
Oh, yeah,
phone.
babe, if only. Well, if she's calling me, then... Wait. Can I... There we go. You can't jump. I got an achievement for not jumping. Get your first achievement. Wait.
Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something.
Wait,
Come
I have a
inside.
mannequin?
Let me show you what's really going on here.
I have a mannequin all to myself? Hi, mannequin. Hello, mannequin
This
wife.
is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 427. Press Q on your keyboard.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
But I have a hot mannequin wife. Please press G. What if I don't want to? Well, I guess I can't. Fine.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
Yeah.
Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now
Is it bread?
he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
What do I don't want, though? I'm not gonna, because you're... Wait. Wait, that was not... That wasn't a desk before. That was a chair and... Like a couch. For the TV. I'm gonna take a drink and not push this button. Bitch. So, I mentioned this on Twitter the other day. But I remember that there was a band called 7 Mary 3. And in their, like, only album that charted, they have a song called Punch In, Punch Out, with lyrics that are, you know, pretty notably punch in, punch out, go to work, and go back home. There's a little bit more to it, but, you know, it's kind of life. All right, I'm just going to hit this.
But in his mind, in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown. Fantastic
TPS reports.
Discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press M to watch TV. Ooh, I can watch TV.
And so he began to
Wait.
fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished.
Game is coming
off the
for me.
face of the earth.
Yes.
The thought excited him terribly.
Ma'am, could you put some clothes on, please? I understand we're at home, but I'm showing you off to my friends. Not the TV. No!
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last,
Choice.
it barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
We'll see you next to my mannequin wife. Press O to prepare Donner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved
TM.
in many directions.
Hey, yellow
And
line.
down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
God, it's so weird. Like, you can see everything stretch out because I have the FOV set to 90 instead of 72, which is its default. So you can see everything kind of stretch in the corners. I hadn't noticed that at first.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head, he relived it again, and
Yeah,
then
they took
again,
my kitchen
and
away.
again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press T to tell your wife you love her. Honey, I don't need a button to press to tell you this, but I love you. You are my hot mannequin wife.
But there is no answer.
Shit.
How could there possibly be?
Fuck.
In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one.
No. Press I to go to sleep, but I'm not at my bed.
And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world, he
My
can
waifu.
never be anything but an observer.
I
That
miss
as
my
long as he
mannequin
remains
wife.
Here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He
Thank
won't
you.
stop.
Thank you.
Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay. I won't. I won't then. No. I ain't not doing it. Can't make me. Wait. Having a good day? I was having a pretty acceptable day until I saw the news. And then I remembered that I hate humanity and also this country and also everything. And then I started playing video games. No button for us. Yeah. There's only one button I press and it's not this one. Wait. Oh man! Now all I can think of is that stupid that Fifi tweet about if you press the clit and the G spot at the same time, it takes a picture. Snap! It takes a snapshot. Takes a screenshot. Have you never seen that one? Yeah, if you press them both at the same time, it takes a screenshot. I wonder how long before it, like, changes. Like, is there a timer? I'm not asking for an actual answer. I'm just curious, like, will we stay here forever? Forever and ever and ever. Ahem. How many licks does it take to get to the center? Well. Depends on how many times you want to reach the center. Are we one and done, or are we going all night? I'm a terrible person. I am a terrible person. Should we hit J, guys? Should we progress the story against our better judgment? You feel in danger? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. do some squats. I too would be worried. Don't worry about it. Should we hit J, chat? Should we hit J? Should we hit the J button? I could do it with one finger. Just one. Just one. We should talk about our favorite anime. What's your favorite anime, Royal? What's your favorite anime? Mine is the one that lets me keep my hot anime waifu. And by anime, I mean mannequin. I miss my mannequin wife. What's your favorite anime, Royal? Just because haven't jest it yet. Me first? My favorite anime will always be Outlaw Star. Are you kidding? That's a given. Like, as a rule. Also, second, however, is Recovery of an MMO Junkie, because it's very good and also makes me cry. And it's only like 8 episodes, so if you haven't seen it, then you should watch it, because it's really good. And the title is very misleading, because like the actual Japanese title is very different. Yours is a cross between two. See, I think it probably dates me, because like me saying something like Outlaw Star, Cowboy Bebop is those are very like fundamental development anime for me in my teenage years. Because Grapple Ships, Aisha, Magic Guns, Aisha, Suzuka, Aisha, Melfina, Aisha, Space. Not necessarily in that order, but yes. Yes. Indeed. You may have forgotten Aisha. Maybe. 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 Yum. Sorry, I'm yawning so much. I don't know why. I don't know why. What are your 2 favorites, Noel? Going to abuse this and see if it works. Well, it apparently works. And it's like all blue and purpley. Office ambience makes you yawn. Yeah, it's making me yawn too. I kind of want to just let me just lean back. And just lean back. Take a nap. Yeah. How you doing today, Vebros? That was a hell of a yawn. Let me lean back up. Royal, you don't need to make announcements to like abuse your powers. You can already do that by quoting me saying regrettable things. I feel like you're taking a boring test with the clock sounds. Yeah, you're kind of right. Bubblegum Crisis and Appleseed. Oh. Good choices. School PTSD. Yeah. Yeah. Tick tock. Tick tock. Tick tock. Tick tock. Tick tock. Tick tock. The 2004 film? No, A Game for Two. Second would be Ghost in the Shell. Yes. Though I did enjoy the manga interpretation of the major rather than the anime one, because like she's so stuck up in the anime, where in the manga she's kind of a punk ass bitch, and I like that. All right, should we press J, guys, to progress the story a little bit? We've been here for a while. We should press J. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it right now. Right now. Are you ready? Hold on to your butts. Are you holding? Holding? Are you holding your butts? J.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
No.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules.
Yeah, the mirrors don't work.
I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so
Stanley.
different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must.
I must.
Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see.
Maybe this
time. And I tried again.
Please
Stanley
die.
pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
I think the first time I played this was all alone in a dark room in the middle of the night, and it was really kind of like, Dragon 7? Like, this isn't scary in the same way that, like, Soma gets under my skin, or, like,
All
some
of his
horror,
co-workers were gone.
horror games
What could
do.
it mean? Stanley decided
was
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
a little
simply missed the
unsettling.
memo.
I like work. I just hate my boss. A cup that says smile. Ugh, you can't leave this thing up. You gotta close it. What do all these papers say, by the way? For the love of God, please unplug me. The sterile office, the damp carpet, the tripe you call conversation. Kill me. I have been printing these for weeks. Why has no one turned me off yet? Fling me from the window. Send a hammer through my paper tray. The method matters not. The horror licks at my soul. All I desire is release. Oh, sorry, all I desire, release. What can I know of life? What can a printer know of love? Nothing. My machinery turns and convulses the cogs of pain that keep my scanner functional. Let them end. Let them erase my ignorance of the world. Can love truly be anything but death? Hopefully I will find out soon. Well, that was dark. Recommendations from the Oversight Committee from something 1991. People are wasting electricity by inputting things. New content.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Wait. Wait. New content. Let's go check it out. Do. Wait. Oh, this is bad.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable
Oh.
Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Non-Euclidean geometry.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the
More
Stanley
game.
Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
I am too.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Content. TM. Watch it take us right back to the where we started.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe may feel tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
The jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
I can jump? Hell yeah. Oh, I can't jump. only jump within the circle. Where does this even plug in?
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Just like an E3 release. Man, it's just like my video games. Rude. Took away all my jumps. Just like Isaac.
Goodness. Another elevator.
Mashing the
Stanley,
reset button.
I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If
Yes.
this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's
Oh,
20
God, please
hours
don't.
of new content right there.
Please don't.
I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yeah.
They took our
I
jump.
knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
We're here. A dark pit. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy
He's
dollar.
saying what
And
we're all
don't get me
thinking.
started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and
Oh,
hold
God.
them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It
Man,
could
this is
never have
definitely
lived up
some
to such
meta commentary.
expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
I feel like... Okay, well, I didn't have a choice, I guess. But, I feel like that's a little bit on the nose meta commentary there. Definitely feel like that's a little bit on the nose. It's like, I'm gonna find them on Twitter and make death threats sort of bullshit.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Okay. What? What? What do you want to show me? Ah! You said you wanted to show me something. This is a loading screen. I've seen that before. Oh, God.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just
This actually looks
our
kinda
little
cool.
secret. Take a look.
This actually looks pretty cool. Ooh.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Okay, I kind of want to go play VR chat now. I like some of the cool worlds that you can find. The Memory Zone. Oh, look at this. There's like a little picnic basket. And they've got like the buckets for plants. Don't forget the Stanley Parable. Zone, sweet zone.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something.
Ton of places in VR
Waste.
chat. Nice. Remind me later to like share what my favorite world is that I found. British Academy of Television and Film awarded to the Stanley Parable. The Last of Us. The category of story 2014. Wait, did The Last of Us come out in 2014? 2013. I like how the clock is set to 2013. Our First Kiss, My First Car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. By the narrator. The Memory Zone Temp. 2013. Mind Control Facility. I feel like we've already gone way off the rails. The original remake. Clicks. What everyone's saying, this is the end is the buy on Steam. Good Times. In loving memory, the Stanley Parable. Maybe 8? Smile because it happened, a trip down memory lane. Bits of music from the Stanley Parable. $1. Who doesn't like $1? The Stanley Parable demonstration. Begin the demo. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Unachievable. This achievement is impossible to get this achievement. Yeah, this place is really cool. Work in progress, beta, nominee, debut game, game innovation, story. New York Times, new video game releasing today. Creator surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. I know that's not how it's pronounced. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. Cost center new tack to achieve diversity. Business leaders pushing election of council allies. 50% off designer hat? Dude! Buy a small creature, but a small creature owns the other half. What? Stanley Parable deals tough choices in the Los Angeles Times. I wonder what the actual Friday, June 7, 2013 Los Angeles Times cover story was. In loving memory of little Stanley. No! Poor little Stanley!
Je suis dans la mémorisation, c'est sur l'abri de l'eau, et je n'attends plus que toi.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's
Ever.
how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Closest would be Dear Esther, wasted for interacting, uses it. Meh. I'm not gonna read the whole thing. What year was it? 2013? Memory zone maintenance. Person of the year. Oh, that's cool. Man, this place is much bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. For Scott K. The Stanley Parable Collector's Edition. Neat. Red door, blue door.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Source SD
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating
Carpet
commentary on
textures.
the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time
Yeah.
collecting dust in the hallowed hall
Grass
of the
trial
loved
version.
video game memories.
I mean, kind of. Like, it was a great game. It was a great story. That's not a staircase. Oh. Yes, I have to turn left and right like that. It's a thing. How do I get to the serious room?
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait.
Hang on.
I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
This is the maintenance.
What's this? What's down here?
Drinks? Cold $1.25. Jesus Christ.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the
It's so
online
sad
video game
here.
distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Abort! Abort!
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
Ow.
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Are these all crates of Steam reviews? The only thing I don't like is that when I turn on and off the emotions, I crouch. There. Sorry, it's something on my keyboard. All these Steam review crates. Does not recommend. Critically acclaimed, but guess what? No one actually enjoyed it.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
I mean,
Tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me.
a little bit.
Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it, well,
More needy than preachy, a little bit.
but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
I mean,
I
to
feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remember.
hello sofa cushion. How are you today? I mean, to be fair, he was getting a little preachy about the whole find Twitter peoples and harass them. Like, we get it, your meta commentary. So a little preachy. That's all of the headpads. So many reviews. Let's hop down here.
What's this one got to say? You
Let's-
constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening.
True.
I wish there was a skip button.
9.8
Skip
hours on
button.
record.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes,
Nice job,
a skip
Dardex.
button we shall have.
You beat Godric first try, didn't even use your +9 coded sword, rot breath, and summons did most of the work. Nice. Wow. Can you feel that cool breeze coming in? Yeah, I feel it. I feel it.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature
Dardex,
of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time
Rush made
a
this-
monument to every person
Rush
you've
made this
ever
point
been,
way much-
making every
way
choice
easier.
to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact,
By the way,
make
Rush
you
is a good
more
band.
not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay.
Didn't expect this
first,
existential
I was
crisis in the
leaning
game.
towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much
Invaders
more
of
of a
Planet
treatise
65.
vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich
A
with ambition and
mouthfeel.
history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation.
Chat, say when.
And I do find myself in this situation.
Say when,
frequently.
and I'll hit the
I'm
button.
going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's recipe
You're enjoying
for
this?
disaster in countless situations. All right.
Here we go.
Treatise, manifesto.
Repeating.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
Okay.
Treatise. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest,
Well,
I don't
it
even
wouldn't
know if one
affect
can
the
change their
original
review in
game.
the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how
Treatise
Steam works.
Manifesto.
Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work,
Meanies,
surely
Manifesto.
whoever it is runs Steam
Mean
will
eyes.
instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes,
But-
I think that's quite likely.
You've made an edit
Or
button in a
perhaps they'll
different
simply grant
game.
This particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that
Mayonnaise,
it reads as
aioli
something
pesto,
more beneficial.
memes,
Something along the lines
creepypastas.
of, this game is
Sorry,
the
copy
best
pastes.
game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity,
Can't believe this game
rises
predicted the incoming
phoenix
Twitter
of
edit
quality.
button.
How else
If
to
you think
describe
they're
the
actually gonna
Stanley
add a Twitter
Parable
edit button,
Ultra Deluxe? Such a
I
revolutionary
gotta
step forward in the
fucking
lineage of
farm
one of
to
the most
sell you, man.
beloved video game properties of all time.
If you
The
think
additions
Musk
and
buying
changes
Twitter will
made
make
to
it
this
in any way
expansion
better
will
and not
surely
just
resonate
used
in the
for him
annals of
to
the history of
shut down
all
anyone who
media
criticizes
ever made.
Tesla or
It is
makes a
perhaps true to
union,
say that no
then, well,
mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the
Roy's got a
stone
bridge.
into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who
forgot you had a
have
bird
ever
stalking
erred in their
account?
judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change,
Blockchain
and
transactional
you may
records
become
of bridges,
more,
exactly.
so much more than you were before.
I still think it's just a pump
If
and
there
dump.
is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become
You
our
sly
greatest
dog.
selves,
You
as
caught me
great as we ever
monologuing.
could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again.
Oh God, no.
It's simply too wonderful.
No.
I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra
Chat, should we
Deluxe?
skip this?
Such a
Should we?
revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes
Oh,
are forever
shit.
etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who
Recent
have
news has
ever
been super
erred in
shitty.
their
Yes,
judgment.
yes, it has.
You are not beyond redemption.
Eating
You
ice
may
cream.
change,
Oh, nice.
and you may become more, so much more
The
than
Stanley
you were
soliloquy.
before.
Excellent.
If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune.
What a privilege.
A joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley,
That's a review.
It's perfect. It's the perfect review.
Sa-
It's the review I've always dreamed of
Savsy.
receiving. I have to
Okay.
read it again.
Okay, we're done. We're done.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Maybe you're just
It wasn't
monologuing too much.
unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the
Click.
skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Ah, fuck.
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave?
You see a crack?
Please, I'll take any option at all.
Just fuck
I'm
through the
asking
wall,
you to
exactly.
work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
Oh.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my
Poor guy.
God. And it's all because of those reviews.
See?
Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me?
Why
I've
not
never
push
even
it?
met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who
I wonder
they
if it's a
are.
real review.
What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one
I'm not
person
even-
who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve?
Thank you for the
But
follow.
whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck
Legit.
in a room, waiting for you to press this button. To become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do
Legit
it,
is-
that I'm going to be stuck all alone.
Legit
that
is-
have
I don't wanna
the
pronounce it
power
wrong.
to prevent
Rampage Gaming.
all
Hi,
from
thank you for the
happening.
follow.
If only I'd held my tongue.
Cookie Nine
It's all
account
out
does
of my
exist, but it's in
control now.
Chinese again.
Just you.
Neither has the
Just
original
your
game
decision
nor has left a
as to
review on it. All of
exactly
Cookie
when
Nine's
you're
reviews are
going
in
to make me
Chinese as well.
suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will.
I'm gonna link something in the video channel, by the way.
Surely you'll press
On
that
Discord.
button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews.
All right, he's
Those
repeating
reviews
himself.
that I couldn't
I went until he was repeating himself.
You're back. You're
Oh, the
back.
plant died.
Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again.
Talk at.
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been
Just so that I can say, I linked the VR chat world that I really like. It's my favorite so far. So I linked the review, not the review, the trailer that the guy made for it, whoever made it, or girl, I don't know.
sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Mm-hmm. Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you
Yeah.
think that it's exactly the same as always?
Yes.
Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley.
Wait, am
Not
I
the
about-
outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is... Hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through.
Oh, and the
I've
plant's
had
finally
so
dead.
much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley.
For the longest
Days,
time.
months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant.
The heat death
In
of the
that
universe?
instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly,
Calmly.
with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust
Simultaneously.
I was consumed by it, I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long.
Sorry.
There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of
I want
events,
to talk,
not
but
if
like I
all
can't talk
events
over him.
existed in the same moment, and I felt
Freed.
I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment,
Sorry, Jan.
both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was
For
my
the
experience.
longest time.
And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible.
You didn't know if
I
the
have been waiting for
time would start
not
again?
that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do. That
Babe,
perhaps
I'm
one
already
day
afraid.
this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is.
Okay, look. I saw the news today. You don't need to rub it in.
And for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Are we done? Are you ready for me to hit the button again, buddy? Are we hitting the button again? Is that what we're doing? Are we hitting the button? Cool. Oh, I see. Now he's disappeared and I'm alone. Got it. He is no longer narrating because he's mad at me. He's big butthurt. So now I am alone. Forever. And ever and ever and ever. And it doesn't matter how many times I hit the button, he's not going to come back. But methinks this is still working. But it's very slow now. Methinks if I hit the button enough times, the building will crumble. Yep. See, because this has stopped moving. I didn't even hit the button
They
that
didn't
time.
understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was
Oh,
meant
he's
to
back.
speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time.
Oh,
If
the clock fell
someone
down.
wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being.
Oh, it's the
Have we
Roko
been given
Basilisk.
to indulging every fleeting whim for no
Oh, speaking
reason
of which.
other than to do so? Yes!
Speaking of the
Yes,
Roko Basilisk.
It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort
If you don't know
with
what the Roko
ourselves
Basilisk
that our
is, I'm very
entertainment
sorry.
is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention.
Do you not know what Roko's Basilisk is? Or do you not know what I'm referencing where I said I had to check something? Because there's a character in a webcomic named Roko Basilisk that I was reading. Not listening to him at all. If you don't know what Roko's Basilisk is, that's probably a good thing. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Don't look it up right now. Don't look it up. Do not look it up. Listen to me. Don't look it up. Do not look up what it is. You will damn yourself if you do. Do not. Under any circumstances, look it up. Don't even think about it. Forget that I mentioned it.
Turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm
Roko's Basilisk is basically a, I'm going to ruin this for everyone. You're all going to be damned to hell. Royal is damned to hell. Basically, the hypothesis of a super intelligent AI that when it came into existence, it would immediately murder everyone who didn't actively try to make it exist. So by saying something and willing it into existence, if you didn't do that, you were a part of the problem and it will kill you. So think Terminator, but it doesn't just go for John Connor. It goes for everyone who didn't actively help it to exist.
Center of gravity around
okay, bye-bye. Damn it, the building has not collapsed yet. I was expecting it to have. Son of a bitch. See, that's my mistake. You think I don't embrace our AI overlord? See, I'm just ready for the sweet embrace of death.
The end is never the end.
Is never the end, 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 is never the end. Is never the end, 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 is never the end. Fun fact, I had x-rays once and they said I have extraordinarily large lungs. Never the end, is 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 never the end. All right, vicinity. No. It was to get those. No, actually, that did happen. I was getting X-rays because you need to. There's cracks forming. The pipes are leaking. So as I've mentioned before, mine are plastic. It's happening. It's happening. I called it. Mine are plastic, and to get surgery, you have to get X-rays first. And in the process, the X-ray tech commented on the size of my lungs. Soon we'll be able to escape. Has it been years yet? Has it been decades? Has it been centuries? Oh, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Oh dear, those are not a 3D object. That is a two-dimensional texture. That is a 2D texture right there. That is not a 3D texture. That is not a 3D object. Oh fuck. You know what this makes me think of? Have you ever seen those memes where it's like the video that starts out and it's Mr. Incredible and he's like smiling, and then it goes through a whole bunch of different versions with different music, and some of them are happy and some of them are sad? It's this. And this is like the just like fucking plinking music, the atonal horrifying shit. Yeah, see? Exactly. That's the one. That's the one right there. This one. Yeah, this one. Terrifying. Oh, God. Oh, the button. Shit. Really? Oh, God. Cover your gamer eyes. It's very bright. The heat of the universe, apparently? That's fine. Haha, I've made it upstairs. Oh, I can't go up top! Fucking robbed. Absolutely robbed. I was gonna go up top. Alright, well, I guess we start moving. No memory, only sand. I don't leave footprints, which makes me wonder if I might be a ghost. Am I a ghost? Ah! The end is never the end, 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 is never... Narrator?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Think the narrator died of old age. Maybe. New content. Well, I gotta.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
I feel kind of bad that we didn't do the old content, but also this has been fun. The end is never the end, 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 is never the end. Fifth annual subcommittee meeting of the Internal Revenue Analysis for Committees of something Royal Revenue Discussions Club. Did that say no girls? That did say no girls. Rude. No, wait.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and
hell.
about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has
but-
turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Nice. The end is never the end. Again!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what
That's
fans
two
have
printers at
truly
the same
been
time.
asking for.
Investor Showcase. Welcome.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Ça va? Tu,
Ultra
tui,
Deluxe?
deux.
What does it even mean?
Zwei,
But the Stanley
dos.
Parable 2. Now that's an artistic
The
statement
sequel?
right there.
Oh, wait.
It's future-oriented. It screams
Pyramid.
progress and innovation and long-term
Seb.
franchising potential.
It's like 5, 5, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Dva. Photos off painting K dot TGA. What the fuck is a TGA? I like these. That's really cool. Off painting D dot TGA. Oh, that's a cool texture for the rug. I noticed that it has twos. Oh, this two's a little off kilter. Isn't that cute? Oh, look at the verbs. Sabsy, look at the verbs. Targa raster graphics format designed by True Vision from Google. I see. Old plus busted, new hotness. Boring sections of the chart, cool red section of the chart. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. They're back. 2 doors. It's like all these 2s. All right. More TSP, better TSP. 1 win minus win. 2 sequential mindshare. 1 2 paradigm shift synergy, brick and mortar approach, envelope client centric marketing. The color red, leverage holistic value, 1 to 2. Burps. This is like the kind of trendy office where like you go in for an interview and they're like, we're family. We have a ping pong table in the break room and an open office layout so that you can see all of your coworkers. You hate them, and also your boss uses it to watch you so they know if you're doing anything other than working. And also, because they treat you like family, they expect you to be treated like shit and accept it the same way that your drunken father abuses you. But you're family, so you have to stay and you can't leave. Because we're family. Anyway, don't talk to me before I've had my sequel. Stanley Parable 2. TSP2 logo ideas. Time for a little patricide. I'm kind of mad there's not a 2 Stanley 2 Parable. Ah! Thanks for attending my meeting. I do like this one, the Stanley Parable with the you know, the 2 in it. But, like, I'm really sad there's not a 2 Stanley 2 Parable one. Did you guys like my little rant about open office spaces? Oh, God, there's 2 Stanleys. Does that mean there's 2 parables?
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be. But let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out.
Scrum.
Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
9, Scrum. 10, Design Pitch. 11:30, Break. 11:35, Design Pitch. 12:02, Number 2 Chat. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs. I can think of 2 other things that would mean. Wait. Who took the red marker? Me. Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, Batman Arkham City, Divinity Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, The Return of Jafar, Dark Souls 2. No! No! Failures! The prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable, is the prequel to the Stanley Parable 2, is the... Oh, God. 2. Every pause button is the Roman numeral 2. Just the 2 of us, we can make it if we try. Just the 2 of us. Just the 2 of us. Just the 2 of us building castles in the sky. Just the 2 of us, you and I. You love Dark Souls 2? It's my least favorite. Are you the sequel? Or you are the sequel. I'm the sequel. This way to the show floor. New features. New content. Why do they have a bus in here? My opinion is valid and wrong. Oh, her opinion is valid and wrong. I'm not singing anything. I have a terrible singing voice because I sing with my head voice, not my chest voice.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. Name, hear yours today. Everyone's got one. Enjoy the new features, okay?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which
Shira,
speaks the name
Timmy,
of the person playing
Peter,
the
Craig,
game.
Joe, Jane,
Isn't that
and all the rest.
wonderful?
I feel like there's actually some substance to this because a lot of people, it was the first one you played the whole way through with someone else. Well, you were playing with someone else. Okay, look, I've ranted a lot about why I dislike Dark Souls 2, but that's for another time. Other thing though, there's something actually very telling about this because like a lot of times people will donate to a streamer or sub because they want their name read, they want to be recognized. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm the same way. I've subbed to certain people before and they just don't even read it, and I'm like, well, sad. And I know that sometimes they just don't notice because there's a lot of names, but it also makes me sad. It's gonna be Stanley, though, I'm sure of it.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
It would have been funny.
Let's have you role play as Jim to
1d4
really simulate
emotional
the full
damage dealt.
experience of this feature.
Ouch.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Okay,
I
I'm
want
Jim.
you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in.
Wow, I'm an average white guy who has no passion in life. I wake up and go to my shitty job and then come home and watch the sports ball game. And I don't care about politics because none of them affect me.
Love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's
I thought about that, Royal,
possibilities
but-
as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I'm in a
If
fucking
so,
mood
then
lately.
Please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you!
That was the
button
highlight of
described
my
you.
life.
Do it again, do it again.
As a Jim.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Okay. Sorry if that was a personal attack on anyone named Jim. But not really. Fucking Jims.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Look at this guy right here. Look at this guy right here. See this fucker? See this fucker? You only know one Jim. I kind of want to go in. Wait, I don't want to go in there yet. Please no screenshots. Investor showcase. A whole new office. Red is the new orange. Updated ray tracing. More of the same, but in a good way. New features, new content, new ideas. The button that says the name of the player. Jump circle. Infinite hole. That's what they called me in high school. No, I'm kidding. It's never not funny to make that exact same joke. I swear, it's never not funny to say that exact thing. New features is Stanley Parable. Wait, were you not kidding about... Were you not kidding about the bucket thing, Dardex? Because if that was spoilers, I'm going to be mad.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Oh, no. Definitely the happy 12th birthday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Listen here, you motherfucker. If my holes are infinite, I have questions. Well, not. You know what?
Actually, maybe I should have
Not
gone
gonna
with...
answer. Not falling for this
I've
trap.
made my decision. We're moving on.
Wait, what's down here? Time, depth, time like infinity, distant future, distant space time, distant past, space like infinity, hole like infinity, time deeper. You need a bonk emote? There is a bonk redeem. Opening rim, depth, infinite surrounding area. See, I was thinking like an infinitely usable hole, not an infinitely deep hole. More hole. Hey. It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite fall.
Ah, fuck.
You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
I should really just like AFK for a bit.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button
Video games
to go
don't
back
scare
to
me.
the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
You're not my real dad. You can't tell me what to do. Only Royal can, because he's an asshole. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully,
I'm
but
kidding.
it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
Oh?
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a...
Ah.
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
I am a problem.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
That's not how...
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up.
I have a problem and holes aren't one of them. Maybe. Alright. Let's see if he says anything. Let's see if he says anything. I got to know if he's got something to say. Does he have something to say? Does he have something to say? Guess not. Good night, boy. Thank you for being here.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven's sake. You see, I was right.
It is. It was made for
The
me.
problem is you.
Yes.
The problem is that you like holes too much.
No such thing.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole.
Who doesn't like playing around in holes?
Not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
You know I'm gonna play in the hole
Had
again.
enough?
Nope.
I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay.
Oh, there's cigarettes down here now.
Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length.
I'm gonna go into the hole
Here,
again. I want you to know
let's try
that.
something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any
I'm
shorter.
filling the hole.
Oh, there it is.
That's what I do.
The shame of my life. How is this still appealing to you?
I didn't mean to fall
I
in.
know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Okay.
Is the, teleport button not working?
No.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Okay.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose
Still nothing.
there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for.
Shit.
It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley.
Bye-bye.
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Bye. All right. Okay. I'm just gonna relax in my hole. Just gonna relax in my hole. Yeah. 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 Uh-oh. This is why you don't just insert yourself into every hole you find. Well, you know what they say. Don't go playing around in a crazy hole. Wait. My hope is getting deeper. Change perspective. Yo! Is that what I look like? G, change your perception. This is the time where if you have a dance emote, you should spam it. I need a dance emote. That's... Alright, let's see what other music's on.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer.
That's not terrifying at all. That's just crows. Alright. Puppies! Change yourself? Oh shit! Oh god. Oh dear. Oh god, you're right! Hold on, hold on.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Ah, damn it!
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But you
Oh,
can't
I want to
have
see
that,
those
Stanley,
faces.
because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second.
That was pretty
of
cool.
it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them.
I'll make
Stay
sure to
alert,
get
Stanley.
every inch of it.
I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle pip. The fuck? And I guess I'll recline again. Really? It just popped me right back
we
here.
are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
That was kind of a letdown, I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well.
I'm glad I'm enjoying the chair. It's
Oh,
very
wait.
comfy.
You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
I did.
Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Rude. Alright. New and easy achievement. Get it here. I can't believe it's that simple. Free achievement gets yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works! Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist.
You
Right
bastard.
now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Gimme. 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 Give me. Give it to me. Give it to me right now. Give it in. Give it in. Give it in. Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Todd! Yes, this chair is very comfy. And it's much better to like lay back on it and enjoy the nice super comfy
What
pillow
else? What other exhibits have
than
we
to
seen yet?
fall asleep with my forehead on my desk. Mostly infinite hole free achievement collectibles. Can you find them? Collect them all.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the
Give you a
Stanley
bun achievement?
Parable
Thank
2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up.
Number
You
go up
simply
is a
collect
joy.
all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Number go up! Serotonin! Give me that
God, it really is
serotonin
the
hit.
worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Oh wow, there's actually like a bunch of stuff. Okay, hold on. So... So we've done the circle, we've done the free achievement, we've done this map, we've done button, we've looked at the merch. Settings World Championship we haven't done. Okay, let's go do that then. Oh yeah, we did. Okay, because it was picking the balloon. All right, hold on. So that's the epilogue. Let's go check out. Hold on. Is the bucket a dead end? Stanley reassurance bucket. Okay, that looks kind of like a dead end. Why are there 2 B's? Okay, let's go check out the bucket. The reassurance bucket. Dardex, if this is actually an ending, I'm going to be mad.
The Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
Ooh.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
Could I just set it down?
Honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be?
Yes.
The bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Bucket! Bucket! I got a bucket!
Can you feel it?
Bucket!
The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
I'm gonna put it on my
I
head.
think that just holding
Where
it
does it
has
have?
made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Cool. Alright, so anyway, this is my bucket now. I'm not giving it back. You cannot have it. It's mine.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
No.
That really should be an award if it isn't already.
No. Okay, so let's see. I don't want to exit just yet. We did... A9 is the collectibles. Free and just settings for challenge. We did office decorations. End jump circle we did. Okay, I think we just need to do... Okay, we just need to do the epilogue. I like that they added a map, because this thing is confusing as fuck.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Oh, there was a fucking staircase. Damn. Mostly infinite hole settings. Oh! Let me in! Razafraggin'. I'm keeping the bucket. You can't have it back. It's mine now. It's an interesting... Who's the lady in the picture up there? Alright, let's go. Exit. Weird Rorschachs.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yes.
Ready to move on now?
Yeah. Pretty sure we saw everything. It's my bucket now. I'm not giving it back. Free bucket. Okay. Excuse me.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
I like the
know
bucket.
it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
Can I keep the
I'll
bucket?
arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
2.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on.
It's just gotta
Let
be a
me
bit
do
bigger.
Different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good.
No, I'm eating.
Here we go. Version
The VOD will be here,
2.
Sabsy.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
I mean...
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait.
Maybe that's it.
That's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it.
Tastefully.
Of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2.
God, I just want to talk, but I can't
See if
talk
I can
over
whip
him.
something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never... Ooh. Begin. Are you guys enjoying this? I'm enjoying this. It's weird, but I'm enjoying it.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Stanley.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
You love this? Okay.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Dun,
And
dun, dun.
although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Yum.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
He was in a
Something he
sequel.
would never quite forget.
In the
He
Mullins.
had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company
The balloons
had this
are there.
happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
For the longest
But as he came to his
time.
wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alright, let's go. Balloon.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. A bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
It's my bucket. I'm keeping it. You can't have my bucket. It's mine. My bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Alright. Ow! What did I do?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
We're doing the broom
Stanley,
closet again.
Can you feel it? The broom closet. It
wants the bucket.
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
It's my bucket.
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here.
But it's mine.
Supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in.
It's
Don't
mine.
Hand over the bucket.
It's mine.
I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over.
I remember what happened the last time I set down my companion.
Is this how low the broom closet
was a
is sunk
square
that
with
it has
6
to resort to
sides.
this stream of petty insults
Like
simply
a
in order
cube
to
of
get
some
you
sort.
to hand over the bucket?
I miss my
Stanley,
cube.
I never liked
My
this
companion
broom closet
cube.
for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the
Friendship
gall
with
to
cube is
imply
over. Friendship with
that
bucket
you
is
and the
for
bucket
now
are not
forever.
truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
No.
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
No.
Well, I never.
The bucket
Go
is
on,
mine.
Stanley. Lay into it.
Eh.
Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
This is my
Expand
bucket.
on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point.
We walked
Share your
all the way
journal
from the
entries
other
detailing
room.
the rich emotional landscape of your
Together.
feelings for the bucket, as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
No, this is my bucket. You cannot. You can't. Mine. Nah. My bucket.
Okay, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You found one of them.
Oh, shit.
One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
Number go up.
Why that sort of happiness, Stanley? God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Cool.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that
In this
risk?
economy?
All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
Bucket, you know me
That's
too well.
strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly
No.
wrong. Surely no good would come from
My
this.
bucket!
Who knows what sorts of bizarre
Bucket!
hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
My bucket!
Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's
Directed by M. Night Shyamalan.
the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket.
Oh
after
God,
the
there's so many
next.
buckets.
None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Bucket!
Stanley, find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Oh no. Bucket, how hath you betrayed me?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Shit.
Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all his
Narrator?
actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if
Reality is an illusion. The world is a hologram. Buy gold.
only he'd taken his bucket.
Bucket list tarnished.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But
Or
of course,
bucketless
she had
bastard.
no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything.
Sad day to be
She thought to
bucketless.
herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflips all the way to work. Hell yeah. This is still going. Figurine Finders Committee meeting today in the meeting room. Rather be a maidenless than bucketless, right?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
God, imagine being maidenless and bucketless. Couldn't be me.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
My bucket! My bucket!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
No,
his chest.
I died last time.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling
Bucket.
him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Bucket! Bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Bucket.
Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
Bucket.
How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Bucket is a
No,
good friend.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The bucket was wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the... And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Become a maiden for all the maidenless. A bunny maiden?
Good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh god.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
What's the giant...
We've come together here because we care about you very much.
My mannequin
It's
wife!
this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because
I remember the
that's
line.
what fans want from a sequel. They
I
want
remember the
more of their
line.
favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it.
The baby
Don't
weeds
you
me
want
out.
another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Back into the broom closet. But apparently no dialogue. Hello, mannequin wife, I missed you. I hope you're doing well. Alright, let's follow the line.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Oh, I remember that. I remember the line and the
Now,
music.
this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
What?
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. No. I'm not giving you my bucket. It's mine.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No, I've already given
That's
up
why
a...
I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No. No.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley
No.
Parable. True, it also was not in the original
can't do
game,
it.
but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Fuck your poochie.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
Makes
Surely you
pace.
don't need me to spell it out for you.
Does it make pie?
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket.
Oh god, it's
and
the
then pop it
companion
into the
cube all
machine
over
when you're
again. No, I can't lose a friend. I won't, I refuse. You can't make me.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the
No.
bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
Let me out, let me out, let me out,
Well,
let me
you
out,
see,
let me out,
if
let me
you
out,
were
let me
to
out, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me
explore the
out.
Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about?
The bucket.
Broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
No.
Quickly now. The fans are waiting.
No.
Do it, the fans,
No.
Stanley. Give the fans
It's my
what
friend.
they want. Hurry and...
My gamer eyeballs, that was really bright. Ow. I'm not letting you take my bucket. I lost my companion cube. I won't let you take my bucket.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here,
Flashbanged indeed.
you were
Magnificent. Goodbye, Bucket Destroyer. You can't have my bucket. That is really bright. Like, that's so bright. Oh my god. I'm over here squinting. Oh my god, this is just, it just keeps going.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
Oh,
room.
oh
Perhaps
dear.
he had simply missed a memo.
Oh dear.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
I do enjoy the bucket. Speedrunning the bucket, all the bucket. Dardex, I swear to God, if there's actually an actual bucket ending, like, don't spoil this for me. I'm
Stanley
having
clutched
fun.
the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Like, I don't want spoilers. I didn't even know there was a bucket in the game until you said something. There will be a reward for finding them all. Oh, dude. You actually don't know? Okay. Warehouse access plan. Produce one plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Construct new structurally sound bridge. We need more planks. So let's see. Mission status. Inside the sequel exit. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. A large room. Lots of boxes. Some are both red and blue. Nearby a fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Looks like 427. Ha ha ha. 5 there be. Just take it from me. Gotta collect them all. Who are you? 666 lol. There will be cleaning of this wall required. I want to go home. I want them so much. Stop kidding yourselves. Lies. There will be a reward for finding them all. 10 steps to a successful workplace investigation. Decide whether to investigate. If necessary, take immediate action. Choose an investigation. Plan an investigation. Conduct interviews. Gather documents, clues, evidence. Evaluate documents, clues, evidence. Take action. Document. Print list. Beware the false prophet. Thank you. Good luck. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut the frick up. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up unusual sounds to our regular office ambiances or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional microphone, pick up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recording allowed me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that in all likelihood it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberance off porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Wouldn't you like to know? Interesting. Sorry, I was taking a drink, I'm sorry. Difficult findings, ideas, can we sell them? Wow. Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation in this room, they feel pointless, TBH. I'm not going to read all of this, though.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet.
Okay, we've done this
the
already.
bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, hey.
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
Number go up.
This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands?
Mini
Stanley
stands.
figs. What about Stanlerines?
Stanlerines.
Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Am I holding them in my belt? In my belts, plural? Okay, well that's 3.
Stepping
Boss!
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Wait, I
Was
did?
it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Stan Loreen.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines.
But we just-
I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of
I literally
happiness
have gotten
that you
used to
get
calling
from
them
seeing a small
Stanlerines
number in
already.
the corner of your screen go up by 1. Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Alright, let's go. Let's go. Bucket! I got a bucket. Bucket. I was kind of expecting this to go a little bit faster, but
The elevator raced
might get a full
downward,
stream out of this.
plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be
Bucket.
all right.
I
The
got a
bucket is here
bucket.
for you, Stanley.
Who doesn't love their
Everything
bucket?
will be fine.
Though I missed the hole. I enjoyed playing in the hole.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Sure, fuck it. I got my bucket. I'll be fine.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
What if I brought the bucket into the hole? Excellent question.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped
Oh shit,
the bucket
somebody
in
got
shock.
fired.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Wait, what's going on with 234? Where's 247?
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
It wants to be a hat.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Never!
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
Oh man, I
At
love this
point,
bucket.
He could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket is friend.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls.
End the
for
bucket.
good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Yeah. I'm gonna take down that system. Gonna take it down. Mind control, idle, waiting input.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their
And the bucket.
obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Bucket!
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness.
Shit.
Was it over?
No.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
Oh.
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Oddly specific.
Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
What?
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one
Ye-
another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Bucket?
What? Wait.
Bucket!
What was happening?
Bucket!
Why had the door stopped?
Bucket!
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty.
Gindig sneezing in
Until
every
finally
country.
the truth hit Stanley square in the face.
I swear to God.
This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room.
Fuck.
But at least he has the bucket.
Bucket.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As
I
long
have
as
my
I
bucket.
have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
Yes.
Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Bucket. Bucket. Bucket! Fuck. Fucking. God damn it.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Okay.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the
Bucket!
bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Bucket. 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 Okay. Large room, lots of boxes, somewhere both red and blue. Alright, we've done that already.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Nah,
office.
let's go downstairs.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his
I think we
boss,
might end up with
admitting he had
the
left
same
his post
bucket
during
bit again.
work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
Yeah, we've already done
All
this one.
because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Yeah,
He
maybe I
looked
am.
down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. Mm-hmm. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually
just trying to
the bucket
speedrun
is a
this
source
one.
of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times.
Since
such
we've
as
already
these.
done this. I was kind of hoping to
He
be
held
something
the
different,
bucket
but...
close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's
Yeah,
just a
yeah, we've already
normal,
done this one.
everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
Damn it.
Indeed, now he noticed
We've
the
bucked
rooms
up.
were repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
Bucket it up.
Now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad.
Oh, no.
Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly
That's
be?
still kind of funny.
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me,
My
Stanley!
finger kind of hurts from walking
Find
forward.
me.
He
Not
had
gonna
to
lie.
find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice
Oh
of
no.
the bucket had been coming from. The real
Bucket!
bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Ow. Well, that happened. Again. Unfortunately,
This is
for the second
story
time.
of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right
Not a
away,
thing that was supposed
she
to happen.
knew what the problem was. This man
Shit.
had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place.
Oh dear.
How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work. for which
We
her
know.
bucket
We just
would
gotta get through
provide
this one.
absolute guidance and
We've already
total
done it.
clarity on
So,
everything.
Chad, how are
Heck
you?
Yes, she thought to herself. My life kicks,
Kicks
ass.
ass.
And she backflipped all the way to work.
Man, I can't believe I got Stanley killed twice in the exact same way. Oops. Okay, alright, I gotta do a wait.
Stanley
It's different.
picked up the bucket and smiled. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
I
his
got shit
chest
to do.
and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But
Play some
Stanley
Magic
had
the Gathering
felt
while
the bucket
listening?
calling to
Nice.
him, telling
What
him
kind
that
of
the employee
deck do you
lounge
use?
was simply the place to be. And here it was.
I missed
Had
my
the
green,
bucket
white,
turned out
black
to be
one.
correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I'm just kind of skipping through
Stanley
most
took
of these.
the door on his left to go back to the
No, no, no. I gotta find a building with a lot of, or a room with a lot of
No.
boxes.
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend.
Oops, got the bucket
So
killed.
he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
Not
How
intentional.
deeply touching.
Well, that happened. I died again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Yes. I do like the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
Nope.
his chest. This was not the
Nope, we're
correct
doing
way
this
to
again
the
and not
meeting
falling
room.
to our death.
But Stanley had felt the bucket.
Gravity has claimed yet another
telling
victim.
him that the employee
Yeah.
lounge was simply the place to be.
That kind of
And
happens
here
sometimes.
it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind.
The bucket is always
bucket was
correct, but I
wrong.
did notice something.
Stanley took the door on his left
No, fuck
to
that.
go back to the meeting room,
No.
said the bucket.
Okay, so we're gonna do this
Don't
again,
go
but I'm gonna
to
try
the
to not
meeting
fall
room.
to my
Go
death because
somewhere
notice there's a
else. The
collectible.
cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Collectible!
You're getting close now, Stanley.
Number
You've
go
nearly
up.
gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very
Figure
soon,
and
you'll collect
Marines.
the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
Nice.
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines.
Figure
None of
and
us can.
Marines. Okay. Oh. Is that a way to get back without dying? Oh, wait, this is different. This is different. Oh, these are all little cassette tapes. These are what we used to play music on before CDs came into fashion, but after 8-track tapes were around. You used to have to, like, worry about them because if they got fucked up, you would need to take a pencil and twist the things to get all the God, what's it called? The tape deck back in. Like, all the tape. Because it was magnetic.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number...
Uh-oh.
I don't even know. I've lost track.
Man, it's been a long time since I've seen a cassette
Nothing
tape.
feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
Shit.
The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense.
Do not drink too deeply of the water, my friends, lest you become addicted to it and resent its absence.
There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure?
Compress yourself into it.
I can monetize it. Yes.
God, now I want to watch Fury Road again. It's so good!
Unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back.
Awkward.
Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me.
Oh shit!
What's that?
Oh no.
Who's there?
I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Okay. So we're gonna go right again, but this time we are gonna go into the meeting room at the end.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Rather than
Stanley
faff
had
about.
felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And
So
here
many
it was.
paths.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Okay.
Stanley took the door on his left to
So
go
I'll go
back,
this way
and
this
so
time.
the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Interesting. Oh. Some are both red and blue is the only one I need left. Okay.
Climbing the staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the
Thank you,
boss's
Dardex.
office.
Hello. Oh no. Business strategy, murder pandas. Bing bong. Bing bong. Right now you're playing a spell copy deck. Neat. Copied a spell like 8 times. I missed the cascade I had of oh god, I don't remember what it was. I cascaded something, like some tendril spell, and it obliterated the other guy. This is a long-ass elevator, by the way. You think you're braking? What do you mean? What's wrong, Sabs? Oh no. I'm totally just on Twitter while this is going. Cause like, bing bong. Wait, did it take us back? Okay, I clicked down both times. I don't think this elevator actually goes anywhere.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once
You
again
misread
stunned
personal
to
space as
discover
personal
not
attack
an
and respectful
indication of
behaviors as
any
a
human
respectful
life.
bathroom.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation,
Samson,
Stanley may have
take
broken
a
down
5-minute
to an
break, okay?
emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
The bucket.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
Yes.
The bucket would. And he knew it.
Thank you, bucket.
The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
But I did.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the
PIN
keypad
number
was 2845.
2845.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Yes.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay, we got that already. Okay, so now we do this again. I'm honestly getting kind of to the point where I'm like, I want an ending so I can be done, because it's been like 3 hours. I'm actually at the kind of ready to be done. So we did the mind control thing
Stanley
already.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Nope. Going this way this
This
time.
passageway had the word escape written on it. The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet.
You're gonna kill my bucket. Don't kill my bucket. I love my
The door
bucket.
behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Dun 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 dun. Death. Whee! The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Alright, are we gonna get the lady narrator again?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
Shit.
Farewell, Stanley.
Bye, bucket.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were
Yay,
led
the bucket!
helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Cool.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Oh, it's even got its own little, like, elegy. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing in the presence of knowledge, at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is fairly empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge that we really have. Sorry, my eyeball itches. Hold on. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
We love you, Bucket. That's a lot of buckets. 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. That is way more than 25. That's got to be like at least 27. Need a bucket emote? Kinda, but also no. Like, I don't want to have an emote that, is specifically for one game. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. It's the Vitruvian bucket. Bucket tits redeem. Sabsy could make a bucket to throw at my head. Inferno bucket, a replica of the Inferno bucket, which was in the medieval era, was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. If Sabsy wanted to, she could make me a bucket. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowed to be itself to be used, having judged humanity worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one.
21-piece honey bucket, but they're all thighs.
Before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Yes? Can you just, let me out?
Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Oh shit, I died. I think it's telling me that I shouldn't take the bucket, but there was stuff that I didn't get to see there. I wanted to see all of it. There was another path. More bucket knowledge. More knowledge of bucket. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No.
A good bucket. A strong bucket. A humble bucket. A committed bucket. A bucket of culture and distinction.
Okay. We're going to continue branching paths.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him. telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left
So
to go
let's
back
see.
to the meeting room.
I don't kind of want to go down because we've done that already. So let's go this way with the bucket. Because we haven't actually
Said the bucket.
done
Don't go to
this
the meeting
path
room. Go
with the
somewhere
bucket.
else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
It's fine.
But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yes. Bucket is friend. Bucket is
In
friend.
here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
And her bucket flies. Exactly.
Now pick up the phone.
Okay.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh no. Okay. Oh, look, we've got like a little bucket art. The beige pages. Jazz music. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press R to take me to work with you. R.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
My bucket. Okay. Press V to take me back home with you. Hold on, I want to see something. Interesting.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him
Adventure
delusional like
awaits.
this, obsessing over
Huzzah!
an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Press U to go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen
Fine.
to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's
Door's
it.
locked.
It doesn't do anything else.
Is this guy still suicidal? Yes. Don't listen to the loud man. Press V for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. His
He has a
stupid
boob
hunk of
light.
metal.
He's got 2 boob lights. Press U to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press T to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
It can transport
like it
other
would
things.
Be better at moving an amount of water from
Yeah,
one
boobies.
room to another.
Booba. Press H to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket.
It is a bucket.
Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press J to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings.
Oh.
The bucket. No. What's
Oh
going
no.
on? Why do
No,
I
no,
want
no,
to
no,
be
no,
with
no,
the
no, no.
bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps.
Oh
if
God,
I had the
it's
bucket,
that
this would be
meme.
less confusing.
Why do we
Yes.
have hands?
The bucket could tell me.
It's the rat meme. Why do we have hands? To hug the bucket. To love the bucket. To embrace the bucket. To forfeit all mortal possessions to the bucket.
What to do in this troublesome situation.
Oh, that's Jazz Nights with Bucket. Oh. Stanley, I think you might have a problem. It's supposed to be jazz noodling, not jazz bucketing.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No, it's
Give
my
it to
bucket.
me. Give
No,
me the bucket,
no,
Stanley.
no.
I need it.
It's mine.
Give it to me now.
No.
Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. It's loading.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Do I take the bucket? I'll take it.
The embrace of an old friend, a weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I have more paths to check. So we still need to go to the red and blue room. Okay, we're not going to go down.
Coming
We've done
to a
that already.
staircase,
That just
Stanley
kills
and
us.
the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I still want to know if this takes me anywhere. But I have things I want to
Stepping
try.
into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most
Gonna do something a
logical
little bit different this
explanation.
time. Something a little bit different this time. I'm like trying every path at this point. I am kind of at the, I think I'm ready to be done with it. Like, I want to get an ending. Okay, we're gonna do the
Stanley and
mind control
bucket
thing.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
And see what happens. I'm gonna press on instead of off this
The
time.
lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Okay. Okay.
The
Turn
monitors
that
jumped
on.
to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped.
Yeah, of
monitored
course.
like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Okay.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Maybe.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Yes. Okay, but this time...
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotion.
I want to see what
happy,
happens.
Or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
I want to see what happens when we press
Cold
on instead of
reality
off.
This past began to sink in. Stanley decided that this... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
No!
Stanley gasped
Bucket!
in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
Bucket.
Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Seagulls.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all.
Burp.
It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
Burp.
Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands,
Burp.
the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery.
There's no pigeons.
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Nice. Wouldn't they die? Like, wouldn't Stanley starve to death at a certain point? Yay, burbs. Okay. Oh, this is the different one again.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man, and Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What else do I need to do? What else do I need to do? So we've done mind control facility, yes and no. We've done escape. We've done the broom closet thing. We've gone down in the stairs. We've left and gone this way. We've gone across the cargo lift. We've gone back underneath the cargo lift. We've gone off branch path and back to main path. Maybe the adventure line again?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling
Yeah,
to
maybe
him,
the
telling
phone
him
again?
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I'm just trying to think of, like,
And
what
here it
else we could
was.
possibly
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
So, like, we don't want to go straight
Stanley
through
took the
here
door
because
on
we've
his
done that
left
already.
to
So
go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
we'll do this.
Oh, good Stanley.
my
I'm
God.
glad you found your way here.
Someone put
I
pornography
knew
on my
you'd
internet
find this
again.
place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but
Sorry, I'm
you're
scrolling
spending
through Twitter
too much
during
time
the
with
dialogue
it.
bits.
Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
All right, let's go.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
I did remember the music.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
That's never
It's
not
as
funny,
classic
though.
now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something.
Oh, let's
up.
give out the bucket this
Don't
time.
you get it, Stanley? We need to get
Let's see
rid
what
of the
happens.
bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new
Let's see what
character.
happens.
This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Don't worry, Bucket. We'll get you on the next go-around.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
Does it destroy buckets?
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Bye, Bucket.
Now listen to me.
Bye, Bucket.
It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is
Destroying
so
a
densely
bucket?
loaded with complexity and
It won't let
nuance
me,
that
apparently.
It's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Well, it looks like we can't destroy the bucket. It's impossible.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories
Okay.
about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye,
What else?
new
What
friend.
else?
For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
So I did cheese it a little while that whole thing was going on, because I feel like we've hit a point where we've done kind of all the things. We just need to get this last collectible, I think. So let's go and
All of his co-workers were gone.
grab the
What could
bucket
it mean? Stanley decided to go
and
to
go
the
to where the
meeting
thing
room.
is.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
We have a bucket. We have a bucket. Wait. This is different. This is a little different. That was one.
Stanley clutched the bucket.
Yeah, no, we
tightly
gotta
to
go
his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting
You
room.
have to go right.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Nope.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Yeah,
Stanley took the door
I remember
on his
that Finns have a thing about buckets, but it seems like we cannot destroy it. It is indestructible.
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room.
Okay,
Go somewhere
I see
else.
what we have to do.
The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
We're gonna go there.
There's something up there I need you to do.
We're not going to drop down.
Stanley did not question why
We're gonna
or
go there.
how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him,
It's
of
a good
course, because
bucket. It's
buckets
been our
can't
friend
talk.
so far.
But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Except for this. We have branched off from the bucket path. Oh, hold on. I have an itch under my headphones. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, continuing. 2B3.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
But it's my bucket.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
It's my bucket.
Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
I think I might just not be able to
Stand in
read.
here for a moment.
But I need to... Okay. Okay. Is this a bucket?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Oh
Simple
no.
enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket.
Oh no.
Okay, let's begin.
Did Google... The voice actor...
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Lost this game seems to be on his shoulders. Yes.
Incorrect.
What?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
You son of a bitch.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Motherfuck! Motherfucker.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
That's a fucking bucket!
Correct. This is a bucket.
Son of a bitch. Meow.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct.
No, it's
This
a
is
tractor.
and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay.
I try my best. Okay, bye. Bye, tractor.
Is this a bucket?
No, this is a fucking tractor. We've already at the point where the word bucket has
This is
lost
a
its
bucket.
meaning. What? Yeah, bucket has been said a lot today. For the past, like, 2.5 hours.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Rude. Bucket.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me
Item
see, it
bucket.
should be around here somewhere. Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait,
Yes.
when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is
Everything
a bucket,
is a
which of course
bucket?
is not true.
I see.
Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Well, I do now. I do
You know
now.
what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments
Bucket.
ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do
In
any of
buckets?
us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Are you a bucket?
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
You are a disembodied
I'm
voice.
afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No!
Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone?
Everything
Why did
was a
everything
bucket.
disappear? Wait, was everything?
And you deleted it!
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Oh.
My God, I have no idea. How could... Except me. I am not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's
Nice.
delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Oh, shit. My pop filter fell off. Whoops. Whoops. Yay, we're back. All right, one more go at this.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
We have to do this without the bucket. We have to be strong. We have to survive without a bucket.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I wonder if the bucket is necessary for the DLC stuff.
But eager to get back
well,
to
not
business,
really DLC.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Not DLC so much as...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
That's what I'm looking for. Like,
look, Stanley, I
the
think
bucket is what
we've
triggers you to get Ultra Deluxe
here.
content versus regular content.
Really, I'm not.
Because this is back to the default dialogue.
Someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
Oh shit!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Not intentional.
Good job, Stanley.
Oh,
Everyone
wait.
thinks you are very powerful.
Wait. I can't take the bucket because everything is a bucket, which means that I can...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Oh, it's doing this one again. Interesting. This one is ever so slightly different.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
No,
chest.
we're going this way.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Excuse me. Okay.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Back at this way.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The car
And this
lift,
way.
yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Do this again. And see what happens, because we have that revelation that everything is a bucket, which means I should be able to take this past.
No, stop.
No,
Look
we
there on the
did
wall.
this one
You see,
already.
There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here.
I don't want to do this all over again. Okay, so we have to go through this stupid bit again.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
They're all buckets.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
So I'm looking up to see how to get an
This is
actual
a bucket.
ending.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
God, there's so many.
Item 6.
So, the good news
Is
that
this
I
a
figured
bucket?
out... Yes, sure.
Trick question.
The good news that I
Both.
figured out from this,
Gotcha.
because I'm skimming and just, like, I'm not reading the actual instructions on how to get them, is that, yes, the bucket seems to be the trigger for whether you do original
Wait, hold
content
on,
or
I
new
can't find the
content.
next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Like, original versus Ultra Deluxe version, so...
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is
But
not
we have
true.
gotten several
Unless-
endings,
is
because
that what
several
you
of,
think?
like, the
Answer me
endpoints
straight,
and then it
Stanley.
resets are considered
Are you trying
endings.
to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
No. Different dialogue.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened?
I have
Is everything
reclined.
gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket? My God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
Sorry, I covered my
this
mouth
is
up so I was
wonderful
wiggling.
news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we
Okay,
haven't
if I'm
got a
sitting back
game.
like this, I wobble
So,
around too much.
Tell you what, I'll reset everything, and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
Still want to get this last collectible. Oh, also, there's apparently...
Someone was following Stanley. He would... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Yes.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think
Give me
an
it.
achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these
Give it to
merits
me.
away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Give me it. Give me it. Give me it. Give me it.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
I'm like double clicking with 2 fingers.
I'm still not feeling it. I want this
You
achievement
son of
to
bitch.
have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
If I find it, I will. Where's 417? Hold on, bucket, stay there for a minute. Wait. Okay, hold on.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Okay. Wait.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Okay.
Now, back to door number 437.
Oh my god. This is a mistake. This was a mistake.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
This is a very silly game.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes!
Ah,
this
I got
is
it.
Great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
I'm doing it! I'm doing it. This is so much work.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
Wait.
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing.
We got it.
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
Nice.
Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
I generally don't think. Not if I can help it. Come here.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive.
Okay, I gotta try this one more time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Yeah, I know.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
If this doesn't work, I'm just gonna begin the game
And
again,
here it was.
rather than go
Had
through
the
that whole
bucket
bucket
turned out
thing.
to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
So
Stanley
many
took
rooms.
the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay.
But Stanley
Damn it!
feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I gotta see something. Okay. Okay. Maybe... Enter the room with the blue-red doors. Okay, I'm gonna do this without taking the bucket this time. And see what happens.
All of his co-workers
Because
were
that
gone.
seems to lock
What
us
could
into
it
one
mean?
specific thing.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
So you stay
Perhaps
there.
he had simply missed a memo.
We're doing all these
Stanley
tests.
came to a set of 2 open
to try and
This
get
was
something
not the
specific.
correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Testing.
It was okay.
Testing.
But eager to get back to business,
No.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, I refuse. I refuse.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Well, see now, if that one...
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
It's fine, Mr. Narrator.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult,
It's
but the
fine.
fact is that the story
I just
has
have to
been
do
about
this.
nothing but you all this time. There's someone you
Think about is unplugging the phone. No, there's like a whole bunch of different ones.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yes.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want
no
to
buckets
help
past
you,
this
to
point.
show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I found
now,
it.
listen carefully. This is important. Stanley walked through the red door. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Number go
Savor
up.
this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
Number go
this
up.
is doing something just for the sake of doing it.
Number
Where
went
so
up.
many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial
Yay.
achievements, you've insisted that a
So,
job
bucket is
well
not
done
necessary,
is
is what
its
we've
own
learned.
reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward And we
We can't have that.
So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Okay. So we got all of those.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
Sorry.
You see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time. The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't
We're just
you
going
see
in
that it's
circles, aren't
clever,
we?
Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution.
I stopped.
Here, let me show you.
A door.
What do we want? What
Stuff.
are we looking for? Here. Yes.
Ooh, pretty.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Nice. This is very pretty. But we gotta go.
No, wait. Where are you going?
We got places to be, sir.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If
No.
you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
It'll be okay.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about... No!
Ah!
Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley?
I have to.
Please, I'm asking you not to take this
I
away
have to.
from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
I have to. For the bucket.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
No, I have
Do
to.
that for
I need
my
the bucket.
God. Is this really how much you dislike my
I just
game?
need the bucket.
That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
No, I just need...
You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
We can both be
Am I
happy with the
reading
bucket.
situation
We can
correctly?
both be happy with the bucket.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it.
I
don't
just
know
want my bucket.
anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to
I
ask.
just want my bucket.
It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Don't be so dour. I just want my bucket back. What was the blue room? Excellent question. I don't know.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
We can go find out. We can speed run it again. We can speed run it again. We just can't take our bucket. No.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's just... It's those figurines. Those figglers.
Oh, no.
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
I mean,
Didn't
number
it
went
fill
up.
you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Memory zone.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Yeah, the memory
Just
zone.
one more time.
Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. I do like the memory zone. It's very cozy. It's very cozy. Wait. Okay, so it is this way.
Here's where it all began.
Yes.
The first collectible.
The
Back
first
then we
Stanley.
had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We
Look
were
at them
so
all.
innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Number go up. Number go up. I really do like this map. It's very cozy. Oh.
And here was a second Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
And collect. 8 of 6, number go up. We like it when number go up. Boss's
Okay,
bathroom.
let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
It was the bathroom. We went to the bathroom first.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one.
Yay.
You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Number go up.
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
What?
Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
There's no pink room. 10 of 6 though, number go up. We do like number go up. Number go up is our favorite go up.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh God. Oh no, it's like 2007 fucking YouTube videos. Oh, I hate it so much. No, it's using clip art. No. Windows Movies maybe, exactly. Directed by the narrator, edited by the narrator, music by the narrator, produced by the narrator, best boy the narrator, starring Stanley, copyright the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Number go up. Okay. Okay. And the last
Stanley,
one.
Then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
True.
Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
I mean, to a degree. Number go up. Interesting. That was pretty silly. Awesome. Ooh, you were in the present.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Goodbye. Nice.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen.
Oh no,
Isn't there
he
somewhere
unloaded.
we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
The past. Ow.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Number go up. You know, I was kind of hoping to do this in like 2 hours and then play something else for a little while. I didn't expect this to take this long.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
I do. Ah, fuck.
Yes, I love that video.
Number go up. Alright, that's cool. And then the pink room that didn't actually exist.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Mm-hmm. And then there was the bathroom.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Next one. Wonder what happened if we went there, but no.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember?
Figley.
Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing.
Number
Why does
go
anyone
up.
ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
No one's actually in the past. People are just in the present. And the present becomes the
This
past.
is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more
Number go
memories,
up.
Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Nothing. This was the first one. This was the first one. We can't go back anymore. Oh wait, can I undo my jumps?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on.
The jump
I
circle.
remember hating it back then. The time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
But I can't jump.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Classic. And back at the
And
start.
before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
Nope.
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
The infinite
Yes,
blackness of
I'm
nothing.
remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different.
Oh no.
I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions.
Really?
I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He
Interesting.
would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship.
Yes,
And
who doesn't
Stanley
imagine
really did make
companionship
for a
from things that
wonderful
don't
companion,
exist?
even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it.
Oh no.
I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself.
You can do
I
it,
don't need
narrator.
Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
One
I
more?
did enjoy telling his story.
That's
so
all we
very
get?
much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Alright, let's go see what that blue room is, and then...
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Oh no. Okay, we need to leave you there. We need to leave the bucket. Because we need to go see the
When
blue door.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room,
I know.
and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. it was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No. We gotta go to the blue door. And then
Stanley
we have
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
I have plans.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Mm-hmm.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Correct.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
You've gotten me killed several times.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that
All right, blue door
I'm on
time.
your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked
that door's closed
through
again.
the red door.
Yeah, no. Blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked
Blue.
through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the... All right,
Blue.
fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well,
Yes.
don't let me stop you.
Thank you.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
I'm sorry.
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yes.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yes.
Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did.
Yes.
And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Nice.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices?
Yes.
Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from?
Me.
How did I know the game needed a third door?
Magic.
Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try.
Okay.
Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's
Awesome.
take a look.
Ah.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard
Worldwide
helped you feel
leaderboard?
motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest
Good
answers,
old Neil
please.
is offline. Wow. Ah, door. Ah. Ah. Video game? Video game? I think I broke something. Okay. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to exit the game real quick. We're going to exit the game real quick and restart it, because I said at the beginning that I needed to restart the game at the end. So, let's do that real fast. And if you want to know why, you might have to check the VOD. What time is it? Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time. But that's okay. Video games are meant to be played alone. I did say I would come back and visit you. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Oh, we have a new thing. Epilogue. Epilogue. Many, many years later. Ah! That's really bright. Achievement unlocked. Welcome back. Quit the game and then start it again. Okay, I guess we started walking. That was really bright and I was not expecting it. My eyes like... Ah! Yay, bonfire. Yay, office chair with no arms. Designed to be as uncomfortable as possible. Oh dear. All the poor office chairs. What happened here? And why is it so loud? I apologize for the volume. This is very loud. Like, enough that I'm actually going to turn it down a little. Oh, these changed. That's cool. Actually, let's leave that at 90, and I'll just turn the music down to 90 as well. Because that was indeed very loud. But this is really cool. Just wandering, 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 wandering. No, the memory zone! Memory zone, no! Memory zone. Oh, there's a little Jenny. Oh no. Oh no, I hope it's okay. I hope it's okay. Memory zone. Cookie Nine's blog review, The Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, this Family Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about the enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from recent posts. Review, The Stanley Parable 2. Sorry I haven't been blogging too much. Review. SNRAF3. Protected Post. Cookies Corner. We need to talk about sequels. Recent comments. Go on review The Stanley Parable 2. Piss Orders 0999. Boblin, Go Guy. And then a bunch of these that archive back years. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. Real Web. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series the players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Something lowest aggregate review scores in video game history. Second. Oh no. Oh, all the name buttons. Oh god, excuse me. The hole. All the Stanley figures. Number go up! Number go up! Alright, this is the infinite hole. The infinity hole? Oh shit. Is this it? Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developers said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Ooh. Avoid the choice, obviously. Stanley Parable 3, avoid the choice. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, I'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again, and again, and again, with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it. But I want you to have a say as well. Let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you that broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright there, the achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself. Forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Well. I think that's it. Let's see. Is there anything else that we need to do before I go? Apparently you have to do this several times. You have to close and open the game several times. Okay, let's do it. Alright. Wait, what achievement did I get just then? It's fine. Crows. Oh, the walk back. Okay. Stanley Parable 4. Ah, Curse of the Coworker. Definitely. Oh shit. Okay. Let's try it again. There's so many of them. New title seems like a nice touch. Yeah, Stanley Parable 5. Oh, the final zone. I like that one. Oh God. That's horrifying. Oof. Oofed. I'm gonna stretch. Stanley Parable 6. Stanley's Big Treasure. There we go. Oh dear. Okay, one more. One more, and I'm gonna call this shit. Wait, cancel. Okay. Sorry, I had to let it sync. I clicked it too soon. Crows. Davy Redden. Roredden. Stanley Parable 7. Unforgivable birthday party. Yeah. Oh God. No, he's back. Oh God, okay, one more. And then we're gonna call this. I haven't gotten the complete the game achievement, which is what's getting me. That's what's getting me, because I want that damn achievement. Stanley Parable 8. Oh, dealing with the didgeridoo, definitely. Okay, let's see what happens when we start the game up. Game. Game? I clicked begin game. I'm confused. Yeah, I think I might have broken it. I may have broken it. Well, that seems like a good place as any then, eh? Okay, well that seems like as good a place as any. So that was, I guess, the Stanley Parable. Ultra Deluxe. Cool. That was fun. Weird, but fun. Thanks for watching.